Hello. Good morning. Okay, we got both chats going. We connected. We are connected to YouTube. Nice. Okay, get the display capture. And I think that was everything. There, we got the little text blurb. I feel like these folders could be organized a little bit better. Maybe instead of having like a specific assets folder for models, we just put the relevant models with the relevant things. Because like almost certainly nothing else is going to be using the player model. So like I could just shove the player model into the player folder. And then same for like each enemy type. Because I don't imagine many things are going to be like reused. I guess maybe I could reuse skeletons. Like all the different humanoid enemies are probably going to share the same skeleton. Although I don't know if the skeleton itself would be an asset, which then goes into a prefab. I think that's like baked into each individual model. Oh no, wait, no, this is the fucking skeleton. Okay, no, so the skeleton is its own thing, separate from the model. Reuse skeletons means you can also reuse animations. That is true. That's a very good point. So maybe I could have like a folder for skeleton type, and then I could have like humanoid, quadruped, like, and stuff like that. Although a lot of enemies might have unique skeletons. Uh, just because like there's a bunch of different shapes of bugs. Although I guess there is like the basic structure, but like something like a ladybug and something like a mantis, they're not going to be able to share a skeleton. Make one skeleton that covers tons of possibilities. Yeah, but isn't that just the fucking calling card of programming in general? Make one thing that can be used for as many things as possible, so you save on file size and performance. Yeah. Yeah, this thing not physicsing is bothering me. And it's being affected by gravity. Although interesting, I thought for Y going up was into the negative. Maybe that's just exclusively for 2D. Bees would have 6 limbs and a spider would have 8. Make one 8-limbed skeleton and then remove 2. Yeah, I suppose. Although, e even though there's like most insects have 6 legs, like there's still going to be like different body proportions. Like a bee and a water skater. Like I don't think they're going to be able to share a full skeleton. Even though I think they would both have 6 legs. A bee would also have its like back stinger bulb thing. A programmatic way to automatically attach a skeleton to a mesh? I mean, probably. Although, if you were to do that, wouldn't that implicitly be a unique skeleton for each mesh? So you wouldn't be able to just copy paste animations? Rigify in Blender for humans? Blender doesn't actually have a built-in default human, so I'm not for sure how Rigify would work. Also, Steam, what the fuck is your problem? You are opened in my right monitor. Why are you on the taskbar of the left monitor? And why are you freaking out when I'm trying to launch things? Oh, Steam is getting very... Oh, Steam crashed. Steam crashed trying to open up Blender. Is there a way... Make the current file the default startup file. Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I want. Okay, so... Scene... Units... Millimeter... Milligram... And then... Where's the grid? Ah, here we go. There we go. Okay, get rid of the camera, get rid of the light. Rigify is an add-on? Ah, okay. Okay, and then... Oh, okay. Focal length. Fucking... No, not focal length. Clips start at 1 millimeter. And then... Control A, Control Shift, Control Alt A. How do I apply scale? I can't remember the hotkey for that. Control A. Okay. Okay, so that is... I believe this is what I want. And then millimeters, milligrams. And then grid scale. So then save startup file, make the current file the default startup file. Yes. Yes. Okay, so now every time I make a new file, it should be two appropriate size parameters. No Fahrenheit. Hmm. Wait. Is there just a add-on store in here? I might have to go to the internet. Yes, 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 yes. Blah, blah, blah. Where's the download? I don't care about how to use it. Let me install it. Huh? Oh, it's included by default. Automatic rigging from building block components. Feature sets. Okay. Human, animal, basic. Okay, so by default, it does not include insects. Let me install. Hmm. Okay, I don't know how I'm supposed to find these. What if you don't just give me a button to install them? What? Why do you have nipple bones? Why do you have ear bones? They're also really fucking big. Just about 2 meters tall, so I suppose, yeah, fair. Okay, well, good to know that skeleton doesn't implicitly have to have all of the bones, like, just touching. Adjust by weight? What do you mean by adjust by weight? Were you parented the armature? I think it was this set parent. Has their own weights already? You need to what? How about this? There. Adjusted by weight. Although, if I do funny things with them having 4 arms, the skeleton would not work. But according to the description, that shouldn't matter. Oh, okay, wait, no, I was reading the 2.8 manual. Okay, so Blender 4.4 manual, main features modular rigging. Rigify build blocks can be mixed together to rig any character you want. Character with 5 arms and one. I guess. Okay, so yeah, no, that should absolutely work. Okay, maybe I just need to like tweak some stuff and do a little bit of modification. But yeah, no, according to the 4.4 Blender documentation for Rigify, stuff like number of limbs should not impact it, so there's probably something that you can do basic human. There's probably something you can do to like mess with stuff. Although just having a default spawn in human is really nice. One thing that's very funny about these skeletons is it's not just about where the bones are placed, it's about where like anything that moves. So you have bones that are reserved solely for moving muscle. Okay. Okay, well, I don't know what went wrong with this one. Yeah, it just has no collision at all. It's looking for terrain. Does the platform need to be looking for enemy? Or something? Nope, that didn't give a single fuck. Bones don't have a collision and need a mesh. What would the mesh do? The mesh is purely visual. It should be the collision shape that matters, because the player has a collision shape, and that is what helps it determine what to bump into. Because, like, the whole point of the bones having collision is so it can ragdoll. Yeah. Huh, interesting. R and T is for scale. Okay, so this right here should be the skeleton. Maybe I have to, like, explicitly activate the ragdoll? Although, I thought that's what this was. Hmm. I mean, it is depreciated, but it. I'm pretty sure depreciated means, like, it still functions, it's just not recommended to use it. Because it's like, hey, this might get removed at some point. Tells the physical bone 3D nodes in the skeleton to start simulating and reacting to the physics world. Optionally, a list of bone names can be passed in, allowing only the passed in bones to be simulated. So, yeah. Unless that isn't supposed to be on the skeleton, maybe it's supposed to be on the whatever this is. It is okay. That is the issue. It was just on the wrong node. Oh no, it's going crazy. Oh, goodbye. Okay, so I don't know if I misread something somewhere or if something lied to me somewhere, but okay, yeah, it looks like it was just on the wrong node. I also read that it had to be on Skeleton 3D. SMH. Okay. So the question is, why the fuck were you freaking out? Oh yeah, joint type. Joint type. Let's do none. Okay, that means they don't rotate at all. Okay, that looks better. Although the player can't move them around. Although I would have thought that hinge joint would be better. Well, actually, I guess they're not all hinge joint. Like these two, probably hinge joint, but this one's probably a ball joint or whatever. If I go player, player is looking for enemy. Huh? Oh, I am a dumbass. I control Z too far. Joint constraints. There's also axis lock. The skeleton is inside of another collision? Okay. Non-existent function. Take damage in physical. Oh, that's an issue. Although the ragdoll stuff isn't going to always be present. It's going to spawn in once the enemy dies, I imagine. You can just query by name. You need to do it at some point unless you want to kill the wall objects. No. Well, the wall objects won't be entity type. That's just terrain. The only thing that interacts with take damage is entities. Oh, but I guess trying to attack a wall would cause a crash because it's not an entity. The current damage code grabs all bodies. Worth a shot. Hmm. Uh, Worth a shot. This is probably doable. I just don't know the syntax. Hey. Although the issue is, enemy doesn't. Enemy technically isn't class of entity. It just extends entity. So do something like that. Hmm. I guess so. If I.className equals enemy, take damage, blah blah blah. Invalid access to property or key class name on a base object of type physical bone 3D. Is instance of? Returns true if value is an instance of type. Okay. Hey, victory. Okay, although that now does mean that the attack handler does not currently function with player. It's not displaying the damage number. That's because I disabled the collision shape on the enemy, so I could test the ragdoll. Okay, now we have a problem. Why? Oh, it's disabled because I'm a dumb. It's also not connected to the skeleton. Parent the ant to the collision. Wait, are we not moving the test enemy as a whole? I guess once they start interacting with physics, they just ignore their parenting. Although, I suppose that somewhat vaguely reasonable. Like if you just want to press a button, activate the ragdoll, and let it just go, without having to worry about what it's parented to. Ragdoll every single bone except one center one, and then you move that one. Yeah, possibly. Okay, which... Oh yeah, let's just say... this bone right here. Oh, it has to be a string array. Oh, come on. Seriously? I want to do all of them except for that. Oh, well, I guess this context doesn't know that all of the other bones exist, because I'm only feeding it in one of the bones. Actually, no. It has access to all the bones, all the children. Hmm. Although, I imagine we don't need the collision and the ragdoll to exist simultaneously. Because, like, as soon as the enemy is dead, we're gonna destroy this child object, and so the ragdoll is the only thing that's going to exist. Because if it's dead, it doesn't need to be taking more damage. So, like, the skeleton would be moving as such, blah blah blah, attacking the player. As soon as it dies, collision shape goes away. This initiates ragdoll. You could maybe even hook that into the health manager so that as soon as health is less than or equal to 0, activate like death state function, which destroys the appropriate children, sets the appropriate flags. What the heck are you? Why is there big ass rectangle? Why the fuck do you have big ass rectangle on the physical bone simulator? Oh. Okay, fair. Okay. Okay. It's an absolute mess. Okay, this box, it is not getting used right now, so go away. That can go away. That can go away. Yeah. Okay, so... Okay, so... Create new folder. What was the original idea behind entity template? Because I think you... Like, this was to be able to drag in to give position values, I think. And then we would change what the actual enemy was in runtime. Prefab template instead of script template. I'm having a hard time imagining what that would be, because for like a script template, you just have a big ass dictionary of arrays. You'd have like enemy type and then all the statistics. Enemy type, all the statistics. And then when you load up the enemy, you'd be like, okay, grab stats for enemy ID 15. This was something you did. What? Really? Am I stupid? Oh yeah, my dumbass drop down idea. I don't even know if that would work. Like I know you can add like you can export like a drop down for enumerator type shit. I don't know if changing that would even allow you to dynamically change what it looks like in the viewport. Although I guess you could set which enemy it is in the dropdown, and then in runtime grab that value, and then apply the shebang-a-bang. Although I still feel that like spawning in literally everything through code exclusively is a bad idea. Because then you can't actually view anything to like verify. Extends node is entity extending from collision shape 3D? Might be able to just do extends node 3D. For this? Or skeleton? Is entity extending from collision shape? Entity is extending from character body 3D. Because this is what all the enemies and NPCs and the player uses. Because they actually have like special animations and stuff. It's not just physics and stuff. I'm so fucking tired. Okay, in 8 minutes, my food will enter phase 2. Okay. So, how would if we don't use like a physical enemy thing like positioned in the world, how would you handle spawning enemies? Would you just actually just spawn all of the enemies when you spawn in the level segment? And just do that in like the ready of this? I would go into the topmost level node, then add child, and whatever else set up. Oh, so instead of the enemy being a child of the current scene, it's just a child of root. So that when you go away and the scene deloads, the enemy doesn't implicitly go away as well. For every level scene, I would go into the topmost level node. Oh, okay. I misunderstood. Hmm. I don't know. I'm really not. I guess I'm just not seeing the vision. Because, like, it just seems like magnitude's more valuable to be able to physically see where your stuff is relative to the world before you, like, without having to actually load in. Because here, everything is frozen, and you can, like, actually, like, micro adjust the position of stuff. That's scale. Give me this. So I can, like, actually bring this down right on top of the ground. So like if you had like rocky terrain and stuff, you could like move it around, make sure that they're not clipping into walls and shit. Knowing that an enemy is exactly at 50, 100, 0. Well, I mean, you can also do that if you so desire. -20, -4, -5.5. And like I would probably end up doing that as well, just to make sure that the enemy is exactly on the ground. Although I guess if the ground is uneven terrain, it's not going to be flat integers. I think what I would end up doing is using this to like visually get it approximately where I want it, and then going to here and then making it into flat values. But then you run into issues like this, where there is no value that is perfectly level with the ground. But I guess it's going to spawn in and then immediately drop to the ground, so it doesn't matter. I'm not suggesting you spawn the static level mesh through code. Also, I'm just now realizing the collision of the platform does not actually match. There we go. '50 by 1 by 50. 50 by 1 by 50. Although, additionally, enemy hitboxes aren't going to be a perfect rectangle. Wait, why the fuck is this halfway on the grid? Oh, because it's the fucking center of the object. Okay. Oh, okay. Why is everything underwater? Nope. Okay, one moment. Okay, I think what we were doing is trying to figure out how to make the player interact with the collision bones. Why why are we sticking into the ground? Oh no, just the cube is. I suggest looking into animations, the snooting bones. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, even the enemy itself isn't able to push the bones around. Okay, let's go ahead and get rid of the skeleton and shit for now. I thought... Godot? Godot? Why is toggle visibility distinct from enabled? And why can't I disable this? And why does it spawn in when I... why is it visible if I have it invisible? Godot, explain. Explain why you're being so stupid. Whatever. That can go away. Oh, it should not be able to push the player like that. Okay, I think we should give this thing an attack so that we can actually, like, mess with the player's health. Yeah, I would like to hit type everything. Because I do not trust myself to remember what this shit is. Direction, I believe, is a vector 3. And then speed is a float? No description available. Can I change that? That feels like a thing I should be able to change. Don't get why GDScript is weakly typed. How do you mean weakly typed? Hey. Okay, so double weak typing where you don't care what a type is and don't have to verbosely state it. Oh. No, if you're doing like I'm pretty sure in C# it's like you're supposed to declare what the variable type is. Haha. Supposed to you must? What? I'm pretty sure I've gotten away by just doing var and then the name. Unless I'm thinking of a different thing. Oh my goodness. Stream countdown. Yeah. Yeah, no, I for my like streamerbot countdown thing, it uses C# and I just do var and then the variable name. I don't state what it's supposed to be. This could be anything just based on what you pass me. Well, I mean, isn't that just the same as not assigning it at all? It's like, oh, this function is assuming an integer. Oh, I got a value. I'm just going to pretend it's an integer. Okay. Still got type checking. You can't go var a equals 5. Oh, okay. And then a dot length. Well, oh yeah, because I guess 5 isn't a string. So even though it is a single character. Okay, I need to fucking decide on a case formatting for my functions. I mean, I don't have to, but I want to. I don't think camel case is taken by anything. Class names is just full capitals. Built-in functions is snake case. Classes are camel case? Not according to Godot. Oh. Oh, we're dropping frames. We are dropping frames like crazy. Classes. I'm a fucking dumbass. I completely misread what you were saying. Why are we dropping frames? Hello, Mize. You got here at an unfortunate time. We are dropping a lot of frames. Although, it looks like we might be good. Maybe. I mean, we're dropping a lot of frames, but I don't know if it's going to matter for this particular stream. Because audio is fine-ish, I think. And then there's, like, this isn't a very visual integrity-based thing. But, you know, I'm trying to learn. How does the stream look from your guys' end? Because, like, I did a couple tests and it looks fine to me. Even though bitrate is going to absolute shit. Looks like pixel soup. No. No. Wait, why are you watching it 240? I've been putting I've been putting the descriptions and stuff on screen, assuming you could see anything. I barely don't have enough bandwidth to watch at 1080. Might as well not stretch my bandwidth if I'm not looking at the screen 90% of the time. I suppose that's fair. It looks fine, sometimes drops FPS. Yeah, because currently, like, we're at, like, half of the upload rate that we're supposed to be at. Which means we're dropping about half the frames. Oh, hello, Dwarf. Thank you for the raid with 11. Although, very unfortunate timing. We are currently waiting out technical difficulties due to dropping a fuck ton of frames. Oh, I guess we have a lot more second opinions. How does the stream look for everyone? Like, look and sound? Because we are dropping a fuck ton of frames, but this isn't a very animated type of stream, so it might be fine anyway. My brain stopped working for a moment. Oh, no, it's just we're dropping a lot of frames, so I was trying to see if it was still fine, because game dev isn't, like, it's not as visually demanding, or, well, it's not as visually important as, like, playing a game is. Looks and sounds fine. Looks good. We just have less frames sometimes. Okay. Yeah, because unfortunately on YouTube, well, not on YouTube, on OBS, it just tells me when we're dropping frames. It doesn't actually tell me. I mean, I guess it does tell me the frame rate, but like it's saying it's near perfect frame rate, which I don't understand how that's possible. If we are explicitly dropping frames, how are we still at 60 out of 60? That the math ain't mathin'. Okay, whatever. If people say it's acceptable, I'm just going to ignore it until it goes away. Okay, so what we were currently doing is we were going to give the enemy the ability to attack the player. Because currently, the only thing they can do is push us off of a cliff. I must go to bed before I fall asleep. Okay, you have a good night. Thank you for the luck. Although I do wish that Twitch would have more than 16 colors for usernames. People sharing usernames is a tad annoying because sometimes someone says something and then it feels like someone else said the something. Okay, enemy. Script. Funk. Bullet. Shoot. Live in the phone rectangle. Yes, thank you. I will entertain your cats. They can learn how to make a video game alongside me. Okay, so I guess this is going to spawn in not collision. What the heck was it? Hit area 3D. Area 3D and then a collision shape. So Tesla will add child Fair bullet instance. What you want to spawn through? Oh, I thought you wanted to use prefabs for enemies. I was going to have the enemy shoot a bullet at the player. And by bullet, I mean a circle hitbox. Sphere hitbox, rather. I wanted to give the enemy an attack. Because I'm not, like, I have no idea, like, what process or, like, the order of things that I should be making. So I'm kind of just, oh, I know that's a mechanic that will probably be relevant. Make it a separate projectile class. That is a thing we can do. Oh, one moment. Okay. I had to pull lasagna out of the hot box. Okay. Let's just go ahead. Duplicate. Yeah. Okay, class name projectile. Projectile does not need jump velocity. Damn. Bandwidth connection is like going complete and utter shit. At least on YouTube's end. Twitch's end, it looks like it might be recovering. Although it looks completely fine whenever I boot up YouTube, so I don't know what OBS is complaining about. Okay. Movement handler, that can go away. Camera input, you can go away. Tag handler, health handler. Okay. HUD handler, basically all of the everything go away. Let's complain about is probably not enough bit rate, but that won't be visible unless you start moving stuff on screen a lot. Well, it's explicitly saying dropped frames. Well, okay. The dropped frames count is going up, but then the actual frame rate display is staying static. So like it says 60 out of 60 FPS. So I don't know if the OBS to YouTube functionality is just not fully good, not fully nuanced. because the bitrate is currently at like a little under 4,500 kbps, and it's supposed to be at 6,000. But that's on YouTube's end. Twitch's end is like, oh no, it dropped down to 2,800. Okay. But yeah, if it is specifically just the bitrate, that's like not like super important at all for game dev, at least during scripting and stuff. Okay, so class name projectile extends entity, maybe? I mean, it is a thing that's moving. It's going to... Okay, func make thing. So this is going to... Presumably, I'm going to have one function that determines the collision shape. Does it need collision, or is it just an object floating at a set trajectory? I could make like a prefab for each individual projectile type, which I'm going to need visuals for all the projectiles, so that might be worth doing. But I was thinking like we could have like shot ID, and then like, oh, you run this with an ID of 0, it makes magic orb. ID of 2, it makes an arrow. Well, ID of 1, because it's 0 indexed. But I imagine, even if it is an object with a set trajectory, it's going to need collision anyway, so that you can tell when it actually hit something. I'm just worried it might have issue performance-wise, considering it's a character body. Oh, true. Yeah, because because none of... I doubt any of the projectiles are going to need animations. Although projectile, we could just extend... I don't know, if I can like just node 3D. Or maybe like just collision shape itself. And then give it a child of the visual mesh. Although, like, I actually have, like, zero context as to what quote-unquote performance is impacted by. Because Magic Box thinks at 5 bazillion thoughts per second. And also, there's not going to be hundreds of projectiles in play at the same time. Do, do, do. Oh, right, this has to be an area. Load a prefab. Okay, change type. Area 3D. Okay, let's go ahead and make it blue. Node 3D was right. Just load all the prefab. What I don't want to load everything through code. If I load everything through code, I can't glance over here and tweak stuff. I was saying to just load all of the prefab associated with a certain type of projectile. Well, I mean, collision shape 3D doesn't function with node 3D. Projectile.new blue ball. Yes, I have to have area 3D in order to have collision shape 3D. Well, it doesn't have to be area 3D, but area 3D is the one that I want. Like, this is the object that is getting loaded when I run projectile.new blue ball. Can you parent a mesh to area 3D? I mean, yeah. Well, are you thinking make the mesh the root? What? No, don't give up after 2 seconds. I don't understand what you're saying yet. Recommended to not be transformed. Like, I really hate it when people are trying to explain something and then they just give up. Like, I just don't understand that at all. So, like, is this what you were meaning? Node 3D is a catch-all node to parent everything to. You might get unintended behavior if you have a collision node under a node that isn't node 3D. So, oh, so have the node, but then do something like this. But the mesh instance. Oh, fuck. Why were you a child? I did not want that to be the. Okay, I wasn't trying to wait, hang on. Oh my goodness. What the fuck did you move? The root node is recommended to not be transformed. It's not fucking transformed. Reload the scene. The position isn't. I literally just reset it like 5 times. Oh, really? I can't control A to select all nodes. Oh, fuck off. Don't save. Okay, so new scene, 3D scene, magic orb, add area, collision, mesh. That goes up there. We make it a sphere mesh. We also make it into blue, because as everyone knows, magic is blue. Sphere. Scenes, entities. Okay. 0, 0. 0, 0. 0, 0. What the fuck? There. Okay, we have the magic orb. Again, why? Oh, because I'm a fucking dumbass. I had the move thing, so anytime I clicked anywhere, it moved it by like fucking 2 pixels. Oh, it wasn't cursed. I had move selected, so like I would edit that, try and click off, and then it would move it, so that it was fucked again. Okay. What the heck happened to the test enemy? Was supposed to have a mesh. Okay. So now, projectile. projectile ID int and then match case. I never remember the syntax for anything. Go dot match case. Okay, so 0. And then we also need underscore. Hello, Aganther. And good morning. Okay, so projectile ID of 0, we can say that's magic orb. So okay, so we need new child. So load. Entities projectile. This is magic orb. Mind me lurking. Hi. Play, I just need something to listen to. Oh no, that's fine. You're good. You don't have to talk. You don't have to do anything. And then projectile orb scene var orb instance and then actually I don't think I need to make this into a child because I don't want this being bound to the thing that made it because it's supposed to just shoot off in a direction. Put that code into the init. Init, and then ready, and then it gets added. Okay. Okay, so locate the scene, and then wait, hang on. Can I just fucking do this? I mean, Probably. Okay, so it has spawned in. It needs to fire in the direction that the enemy is looking. So it's going to have access to the move function. So direction equals direction. No, that doesn't make sense. Because the direction is going to get pulled from the enemy when it decides to do the attack. So direction is already calculated. But if I set the direction inside of init, I don't have access to it here. May I suggest passing target? You can suggest everything. You're just also going to have to explain most of it. Because this is... I don't know what passing is. Instead of direction, just do target. Yeah, we're currently at like 13.8% dropped frames. Good thing most of this is static. Although, for something like a magic orb, it'll just fire in a straight line. But like an arrow, it's going to have like an arc and it's going to have gravity. Target minus self-dot position to get the direction. You don't really care how the projectile gets there, just that it gets... No, I do care how it gets there. Because the projectile path, the flight path, is integral to how the object is engaging with the game. That's not defined by what you're shooting at. I would say it is, because in order to have a flight path, you have to have a target. So depending on where that target is, that's going to impact the flight path. Oh, so I don't think I'm doing this correctly. So we should pass. I mean, this is also the init. So I guess, okay, it creates it, and then it would run flight path. But, oh, I really feel like I'm not doing this correctly. Or rather, in a good manner. Okay. Oh yeah, I guess, yeah, that's true. If physics is calling the flight path constantly, then I don't have to initiate the flight path. Well, but now we're not using target for anything. Because flight path doesn't have access to target. I totally need to actually set the position of this to be at its parent position. Well, not parent, but the enemy that spawned it, or the thing that spawned it. Initializing. Huh? One moment. I need to go blow my nose. Variables belong at the top of the class. Assign them in the... You said to initialize them in the init. That's why I moved them back down here. Yeah. Oh, I was not paying attention at all. Brain is tired. Okay. Self-doubt position. Although... Oh, I guess if an enemy... Wait. Wait, but self-doubt position can't do anything because it hasn't been created. Unless for whatever reason self-doubt position is pulling from the thing running create new projectile or whatever. Or I guess it would always create it at 0, 0 relative to itself, maybe? Oh, well, I guess I don't need to do that. It just is. Self dot position to origin. Huh? Oh, right. Okay, so enemy runs make projectile. It chooses the projectile type, it passes itself, and then it passes what it is shooting at. And then the projectile instance spawns in, we give it we move it to be at the enemy. Although we might have to adjust to like specific animations and stuff at some point. Both original and target at all times to move along the flight path. Yeah, but physics process doesn't have access to any of this stuff. Because flight path doesn't have access to any of this stuff. This is why we put it at the... Oh, okay. Oh, so we're not setting target position to use in here. We're setting target position to use out there. Okay, so set self-tap position to spawn point so that it's actually located appropriately. And then set these so that other shit can use it. Again, not gonna lie, I don't know what any of those words mean. Based on the word Iron Dragon, I'm going to assume Monster Hunter Wilds. I don't know anything about that game. But just based on the names, I'm going to say Iron Dragon Data Center because that sounds the coolest. You need position ID so we can have a different flight path depending on what the projectile is. What do you mean by position ID? Projectile ID? Oh. They are the title of Tripong missions? Yeah, I don't know what any of that is. I have not played any Monster Hunter games. I guess a projectile ID int equals 0. I should probably have these be different names. Because projectile ID equals projectile ID isn't going to do anything. Actually, how do you know which one you should be talking to? You probably default to the local one. Self.projectile ID. Oh. Okay, so self.projectile ID is the quote-unquote global version. And then just projectile.id is the inside version. Although, even if that does work, it's probably better practice to make sure everything always has unique names. You also have to, in most ops, you have to type self every time. But that's lame. I don't want to have to do that. Although I guess self.projectile ID is no different from self.position. I'm just going to change that to projectile type ID, just so it's a different name for lack of confusion. It's not Monster Hunter? Oh, okay. Well then, in that case, I even know next to nothing about what that is. Okay, so... Sorry for going off topic. Oh no, you're fine. That's the magic of conversations. You can just talk about whatever you want, and nobody can stop you. Unless you're being rude, in which case, it's very easy to stop you. One moment. Move. Target position normalized 5. Okay, so direction and speed. Target position minus orig position. Actually, speed should be an array. Because there's going to be speed there we go. So speed, projectile type ID, 0. So then 5. Magic orb moves at a speed of 5. Okay, and then flight path. So self-dot position equals spawn point, which gets passed in. Original position is spawn point. Target position is target, which is passed in. The ID is passed in. Match projectile ID if it's 0. Orb scene, orb instance. And then this is just move in a straight line. Although, yeah, this would move in a straight line because it's not constantly re-getting the player's position, so there's no homing applied to this. So yeah, this does move in a straight line at a speed, and it will not currently do any damage to the player, but it will move towards them. And then And then if I go over here, oh, inside of init, I think I should probably make all of the projectiles have the same name. Oh, but I can't, because if you fire multiple projectiles, fuck. Get overlapping bodies not found in base self. Freak. Did it use get node? Okay, hang on. Hit area is a subnode. Area 3D. So var bodies equals self dot. Alright, hang on. Get node. Area 3D. Node path, but is node. Oh, okay. So area 3D dot get overlapping bodies. If is instance of. So this makes it so that it only deals damage to the player. And attack damage. For projectile type ID. Okay, for ion bodies, if is instance of. Okay, so deal the damage and then Q free, so it does not constantly deal damage every single frame. Okay, so. Yeah, I think this is good, so. Enemy. Function. Fire projectile. Self.QFree? Huh? Cues this node to be deleted at the end of the current frame. When deleted, all of its children are deleted as well, and all references to the node and its children become invalid. You don't have to do self. Oh my goodness, Discord, please stop being so jank with your spell check. Oh, and we're now at 20% dropped frames. You hate to see it. Q-free might delete itself. It might also not. Q-free is what I've always used to delete self. Self.Q-free makes... What's the difference? That makes absolutely no sense. Like, that's not intuitive in the slightest. Verbose. What? Q-free is explicitly designed to, hey, delete the node that called this. Why would you have to specify itself? Any node? Okay. Okay, so doesn't it default to itself? Oh my goodness, I have to... Wait, no, hang on. We remember that in 5 streams when you wonder what you were deleting. Yes, of course I'm gonna know what I was deleting. Because, oh look, Q-free. That means delete self. Like, that's explicitly what this is supposed to mean. It doesn't mean anything else. Like, what else could that possibly mean? Cues this node to be deleted at the end of the current frame. So, implicitly, it is self.QFree. I mean, unless the documentation is lying to me. Actually, wait. That's a very good point. You probably want to parent it to the test level. No, I actually don't. Because if I parent it to the test level, like, if an enemy fires a projectile, and then the player runs away and deloads that part of the map, the projectile will instantly be obliterated as well, and I do not want that. I want the projectiles to be, like, parented to root, I think. So that it just exists as its own thing. I definitely don't want to parent it to the enemy. I'm not sure you can... I would assume it would let you parent stuff to root. I mean, if I run this, test level is parented to root. Okay, well, I need to... new. That is not the syntax for that. Okay, test level. Okay, yeah, I have no clue what I'm doing here. The fuck? Okay, I am creating a new instance of the projectile class. And then I am passing in the data so that the class will know which projectile to actually generate. Var type equals. I thought I'd do that if I'm loading a prefab. Huh. Okay, so dot new, and then if I go back over here, ID spawn point target. So ID, let's say 0, spawn point self dot position, and then target would be find player. Okay, yeah, that's a lot less characters. So 0 is magic orb, self dot position player. And then we hope it doesn't explode. Okay, well, it didn't explode. But it's not firing. Find player returns a direction vector, but not a position vector. Actually, since this moves in a straight line, couldn't we just pass the direction vector and not calculate it ourselves right here? We can't because the straight line one doesn't need it. An arrow that flies in a parabola does need it. Oh, okay. So we do need the explicit target. Okay, so projectile. Can I just. Projectile.new. ID. Self.position. Player. Parent the projectile before it exists. Really? Hmm. One moment, I'm trying to see if I can parent to root. I find out in fact because knowledge is power. Invalid access to property or key position on base object of type null instance. Huh? Oh, right. So we're here. We want to get my game. I guess so. I need to do root. Meh. / root get node. Oh, I can't do wildcard. Because this code is going to stop working as soon as we have more than one level. Hmm. Flight path. Projectile type ID. Oh. Projectile's code is fine. We haven't added it to the scene tree with add child yet. What? Well, I mean, the flight path wasn't calling for a projectile type. Oh, wait, no. Projectile ID is... Oh, I don't have to call it because it's just calling the global... Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so... Although, given that this is a string, I highly doubt that adding these dots is going to work. Yeah. Yeah, no. Object type null instance. Yeah, okay, so this is the correct current path to player. Oh! Attempting to call function get overlapping bodies in base null instance on a null instance. Get node area 3D get overlapping bodies. Huh? What do you mean in a null instance? Did I not create an area 3D? You didn't add the prefab instant? Yes, I did. Oh. No, I didn't. Why are you not working? In the orb instance is the node called area 3D. Yes. Area 3D. Although I guess technically it would be it's not just area 3D. The full path would be like orb orb slash area 3D. But var bodies equals get node. Okay, well it's wait, actually hang on. If this is self, if magic orb is self, then going one level down, I should only have to do area 3D. Magic orb is not self, but it's the root node for that scene. is a child of project. Oh. Oh. Okay. That explains some stuff. Oh. Oh. Okay, I think it's firing relative to the camera for some reason. Oh no, I knew it was going to make a projectile every frame. I was going to change that once we actually got it functioning. It's not fire relative, it's parented to the enemy. Well, then how the fuck do we not do that? It's parented to the enemy. You just, what? Well, I mean, if it's parented to the enemy, then it should be spawning the projectile on the enemy. Well, yeah, you told me to do add child. Get tree not found in base self. Hmm. Oh, okay. Relative coordinate system. Gotcha. Well, then how the... If I can't add shit to root, how the fuck am I supposed to make something persistent? Yeah, but if I add it to the level, and then the player unloads the level, that's going to delete the child. Here's an idea. Here's an idea. How about I just make a new scene called Scuffed Root, place it at 0, 0, and just never deload it. Just child everything to that I want to be persistent. Topmost node game? And the docs for get node. I guess this isn't the full documentation. Yeah, in the image. They have my game, which isn't the parent of anything. A persistent node to the scene, only changing out subnodes. There's a way to get around it. Cool, cool. So I guess I would set this as the default level to load, give it a script, and then on init generate other shit. But also avoid having the problem of spawning as a child of the level if the level name changes. Player and enemy can just spawn as a direct children of world root. True. That would also avoid the issue of enemies being bound to the level that they spawn in. And then you could have them follow you across the map. But then we would have the issue of if an enemy spawns in and then you deload the level, you would have to intentionally check to see if they are currently inside of a loaded area so that the ones that are not get deloaded rather than falling to the death plane. Unloading, you can just delete the enemies alongside the level. Well, no, I'm saying that it would have to check to see which enemies are inside of the level that is getting deloaded. Because if an enemy is outside of the level, that means presumably it is following the player, so it should not get deloaded. It should only get deloaded if it's like inside of something else that is getting deloaded. Although I could see that being potentially an issue to define what counts as being inside the level. Unless you just have like a bunch of collision things and it just checks those. I mean, you could also do that. Although not completely queue free. Because we would want to remember the enemy's position. So, like, if the player lures the enemy somewhere, gets them in position, then runs away, unloads that area, grabs another enemy and comes back, the original enemy should still be in the spot where the player brought them to. That's overkill? No, it's not. It is facilitating shenanigans. It's not to be done because it's how you should do it. It's to be done because that's how I want to do it. Especially if default enemy behavior is moving back to the original position. Well, I mean, I don't see how that's relevant. Because if the player keeps them aggro, brings them somewhere, runs away, and it deloads, they get frozen in stasis. Also, we're nearly to 25% dropped frames. Fun. I have no idea how that's even possible. If the enemy default behavior is to move back to their spawn point after the player leaves, then if the player leaves and deload them, you can assume the enemy would walk back to the origin, even if in reality the enemy just got despawned. No. No, because if you just teleport them back to their home, then that just means there's absolutely no point in letting them follow the player anywhere, because then the player can't use them for anything. Because if you get them, well, I mean, I guess the player could use them for something, but they wouldn't be able to get them into place and then go and do something else and then come back. Like, if an enemy gets deloaded, it should just be frozen in stasis. I feel. This implies that all enemies you walk past will be permanently loaded for as long as the game is running. No. No, you can unload the enemies. You just have to log all of their current position values so that if it becomes relevant again, the player can go back to those spots. Which is effectively loading them permanently. No. If they're actually loaded, then you have animations running. You have physics collisions being checked. That is far more intensive than just, oh, we got a big array of integers. Well, vector 3, but same thing. Like, storing a position value is not the same as loading a whole ass guy. Collision checks are CPU. I'm talking about RAM. How? What? Okay, I'm not familiar with that. What does that matter? Because I don't actually know what the CPU uses. If you never free them from RAM, that means they are in RAM permanently. Okay. What? Okay, I fail to see how an array of vector 3s is ever going to be a problem for any machine ever. Because it's just logging the position data and maybe an enemy ID. The actual enemy itself is getting deleted completely. It's just when the player comes back to those position values, it creates a new instance of the enemy. Also, it seems like the dropped frames is just gradually increasing. Because it just keeps going up higher and higher. What about health and status effects? Okay, what about them? Even if we do include them, that's just 2 more numbers. And it's not like these numbers are getting called every single frame. A CPU format? Yeah, I don't know CPU versus GPU. Other than the GPU is visuals and drawing pictures. We care about the numbers physically needing to exist within RAMs, which people very specifically want to. But what's the issue? It's just like it's just a few dozen arrays. That's nothing. And fine, if we don't want stuff to be in RAM, I can just fucking write it to a file, and then read from the file. Just put it into the game's save data. But that issue causes you have to be reading from a file constantly. I mean, is it infinite? So? It doesn't have to be infinite. Okay, maybe I just don't understand what RAM is, because in my mind, oh, this is just a few dozen arrays. It's just a couple hundred numbers. That's nothing to a computer. It handles thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of things every single second. It does not give a single shit about an array or a dictionary. This might just be me, like, not fully understanding something. Okay. How much, do you have a general idea of how much RAM the average user has? Because I think my computer has 32? Memory. Yeah, I have 32 gigs. Although it looks like fucking like over 2/3 of that is being used at the moment for just stuff and things. $16? Windows uses like 10 at all time. Well, and it sounds like Windows needs to fucking stop. Yeah, that'll teach them. Okay, so I mean, I'm currently using more than 16 at the moment, so I actually cannot even use myself as a metric in that case. It would mean you just wouldn't be able to play the game at all. Why wouldn't I be able to play the game? It's the most common, but over 15% of people use less than that. Also, apparently something stopped being processed because I just dropped down to 17 when previously I was at like 23. Oh, but I am streaming at the moment, so that's probably not helping my memory usage. About half people use 16. Hmm. That doesn't seem like very much. Judging off of it's less than what I'm currently using. I really don't like all these dropped frames. Primarily because I don't know why it's happening, and that bothers me. One of the times when number go up is bad. People who don't have a lot of RAM are not able to play because they run out of. How how would you run out of? How much space does a single array take up? Like I can't imagine it's more than a few bytes. And it's not like I'm including thousands of enemies. Like I doubt I would get to that kind of scope. Like I know obviously like it's good to optimize everything as much as you can. And like I do want to do that because that's fun. But like I guess I'm just trying to understand the capacity that I'm dealing with. A single integer is 4 what? No? Oh, because fucking 32 bits. Absolute bullshit. Right. Right. Okay. I was working under the impression one integer is 1 byte. That changes things slightly. Okay, so position 3 would be a vector 3 of floats. So that'll be 4, 8, that'll be 12 bytes for the position. 16 if you include health. Floats are 4 or 8. Oh, okay. So 8 times 3 plus 4, so that's 28. Uh, if we account for statuses, those would potentially be passively draining in the background, but no, they wouldn't if the enemy is in stasis. So let's just say plus fucking 8 times, let's say 8. So 92 bytes. You need to save the relevant data of what enemy type it is. True. That'll be another 4. Because enemy ID can be stored as an integer. Okay, so it looks like on the potential high-low end would be 96 bytes per enemy. If we assume just a fuck ton of statuses all applied at once for whatever reason to every single one of them. So it'd be 96 bytes per enemy. Yeah, in addition to the currently loaded stuff. So if we assume 100 enemies, 9600 bytes divided by 1024, 9 kilobytes, 9.3 kilobytes for 100 enemies. Objects plus arrays aren't always just right next to each other. You cannot just add up each individual data, alignment, and fragmentation. Okay, well, I don't know what alignment and fragmentation issues are. I do know that data inside of an array has like pointers to tell you where the next bit of data is. But if we just ignore that, that's 9.3 kilobytes for 100 enemies. Alternatively, we could just not... If we go with your idea of, like, if the enemy isn't close to the player, deload it, that would mean we only have to store... Like, that would allow the player to lure, like, a couple enemies, like, that they keep next to them. But it would not allow them to do any, like, crazy setups where you, like, lure a bunch of enemies from across the map to the same location. Maybe I could do something similar to the name tag in Minecraft. Not naming enemies, but just give the players a way to designate specific enemies to remember their current state. DDR4 works with 64 bits. The fuck? That's like twice the size of a normal integer. I mean, I guess that helps with preventing, like, overflow shenanigans. Just give them more space than they really need, and then they can stay in their lane. Although I suppose none of this is like super important at the moment because we have a single test enemy and no actual levels. Referring to the fact that just because randomly checks the RAM, you can run into odd places. That is just 64 bits between two large megabyte chunks. Oh. Oh, so even even if the data fits perfectly, you need space for the pointer. Blarg. Mm. Okay, well. Okay, so I guess I have to fucking load world root first and then generate the levels around that. Oh, that means we have to change everything. Pursuit of quickness, storing on RAM is a relatively slow option. But RAM is the thing that does all of the things. How is that the slow option? Every single time you have RX, your RAM needs to find space. Check what's big enough, save it or truncate it, add pointers. Do a single CPU cycle, it might just be 5 bits long. Oh, so actually like saving and finding the variables versus just calculating with them. So using them for shit is fast, but actually managing them is slow. Okay. Which RAM is absurdly optimized to ASAP, just checking it in a random location, ignoring creating gaps at the cost of size. Yeah, well, I imagine the location where you store stuff doesn't super matter because it's going to get overwritten, like, near instantly in some cases. So, what happens if you run out of RAM? Does the game just crash? Actually, fuck, does your computer crash? I imagine there's some sort of failsafe for that. Depends on who the last person to throw something is. Fair. Yeah. The last person threw a fork bomb. Everything is fucked. Okay, so I think this is going to have to change everything about how the scene loads. Because we're not going to be loading into test level anymore, because world root is going to be the parent of test level. If it's the game doesn't crash, but the OS might not find enough space. It might be able to delete something at the cost of borking something else. If the OS was the last one, the next time the game chucks RAM, it just crashes. Just take the test level code and add it to world root. I was wondering if we should go ahead and make a shitty title screen. Because we're going to have to load into world root from the title screen eventually. And that'll let me mess around, like, learning UI and buttons and shit. Although, actually, it's possible that the title screen itself is a child of world root. And it's just, when you click start, it just, like, deloads the title screen asset and starts loading in the main game shit. Because, like, there's a lot of games that have a 3D environment as the title screen. Title screen should be a child of world root. Okay. Okay, so this isn't just world root. This is just fucking game root. Like, this is the highest. This is just a artificial root so that I can actually mess with it. Because I can't touch the actual root. So I just make my own. Okay. Okay. Should manage all of the scene loading, deloading. Okay. I think I'm going to make title screen be 3D. Just because that could make for some cool, just like a cool looking title screen. canvas, I believe. And button. Wow. If you want world root is 3D, you can only load 3D nodes. If you want your title screen to be 2D, no, I want the title screen to be 3D. Although, maybe? Because I know there's some games where, like, it has 3D assets that represent buttons, and then, like, you can still select them, and it still runs shit. I don't... Stream crashed? Stream shouldn't have crashed. I guess the thing that I'm imagining is like you kind of have an overview of like one of the environments in the game, and then like maybe you have like a 3D representation of some like menu buttons that you can click. And then like you click one and it'll like pull out of the way and like relevant like the settings screen will come in or something. It's just that the 2D scene cannot have physics. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be 2D. Although 2D does have physics. It has gravity. And like it has velocity and shit. Although it looks like button is exclusively 2D. Canvas, oh, that's 2D. You can spawn a 2D button in front of a 3D scene, but you cannot spawn a 2D falling cube in front of that. Oh, okay. Oh, so you mean like I would not be able to have a 2D object interact physically with a 3D environment? Oh, okay. That's unfortunate, although that's not what I was initially thinking about. Okay, so I guess maybe I would have like okay, let's fucking mesh box. Because like I was imagining something like this, to where like it's effectively a 2D title screen, where like the box is like facing the camera and you click this, and that is like effectively clicking the button, and then it does stuff. It's just in a 3D environment for aesthetics purposes. Maybe I was explaining myself in a poor manner previously. Although not sure how you would get click support, because the button object is explicitly 2D. I guess maybe you can do like check mouse position. I think that's a thing you can do. So like on mouse click, check like what the mouse is currently over. Because on the title screen, fucking everything is going to be static. If mouse position overlays viewport position. Don't know about viewport position. I was just gonna check its. Oh, unless you just mean like the window position of the game. An explicit last object clicked by mouse. Go dot last object clicked by mouse. Input event mouse button. Properties button mask. Get viewport, get mouse position. Okay, so. Oh my goodness. Go dot stop. Stop with the extra tabs. I don't want them. Get viewport dot get mouse position. Although I'm not seeing anything about last clicked by mouse. event oh, sorry for punching my mic. Go dot get object mouse clicked. How do you detect a click on an object? Oh, picking 3D objects on mouse click. Hmm. Hmm. Every collision object has input event as a signal event. Input event emitted when an input event occurs requires input pickable to be true and at least one collision layer bit to be set. Viewport input event is action pressed. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break to go eat some food. Alright. We got 20 minutes left. I can eat food before that. Okay. I'm back. Okay. Represents a mouse button being pressed or released. Called when there is an input event. This input event propagates up through the node tree until a node consumes it. It is only called if input processing is enabled. Hmm. Okay, yeah, I do not know. This is just a thing I don't know. Go dot how to click on an object in 3D space. How to handle clicking on a 3D object. Okay, if object is a collision object, enable collision object 3D.input ray pickable and input its collision object.3D input event or connect to its signal. Ray pickable. A pickable object can detect the mouse pointer entering, leaving, and if the mouse is inside it, report input events. Requires at least one collision layer bit to be set. Okay, settings, collision. Wait, no. Physics layer. 3D physics UI. So Has no shape. Oh, fair. Change the size. Oh. Oh, it doesn't want me to affect the scale. It wants me to just change the size directly. Which, fair enough, I suppose. Okay, so enable that, implement its input event. Node collision object 3D.input input event connect to title screen. Okay, so doing. Okay, so camera node. I'm heading off. Okay. I'm just gonna fuck with this for a couple more minutes and then I'm gonna head out as well. Have a good day. Okay, so camera is node. Don't know what shape IDX is. Okay, so I need to pass the current camera. Oh, wait, no. This is the signal, so this just happens. So if event equals go dot mouse click event print click. Oh, there's no camera. Aw, it didn't work. Oh, well, actually, wait. So area 3D input event if event equals using input event. Oh, if event is Hey! It okay, so it clicks on mouse down and on mouse up. Input event mouse. Represents a mouse button being pressed or released. I would like... dot pressed equals true. Hmm. Cannot find type pressed. Oh, is pressed. Use dot call if it's a callable. There we go. Nice. Okay. Okay, so it... Oh, yes, buzz. Okay, so I got it so that it runs a thing if the mouse is over it and you click... Wait, no, hang on. Okay, so if you're over it and you click, it runs once. Cool. Nice. Okay, I have to go get ready for work. Thank you for the people who are here, and for the people who left, and everybody else. Bye.